also, at Walmart, we usually go to the self-checkout anymore, so we don't have to deal with the cashiers being really slow or being rude about stuff. So we usually just go to self-checkout. I decided today that I would try to help bring stuff up while the other person was bagging them. Instead of doing this, the other person starts getting kind of rude with me and saying, move, move, hurry up, move. So yeah, I quit helping. I did still end up putting stuff in the basket, but I kind of just ignored the person. Then when we got home, same person starts getting rude with me about crackers because I wanted Lunchables and no one has any. Because I don't buy the actual Lunchables brand, I buy the cheaper version. And no one has them. They barely had actual Lunchables today. They only have the expensive ones. So...
Wait, are you streaming?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna apologize. Wait, are you on Twitch or YouTube?
YouTube.
Okay, I'm apologizing in advance because I'm in a dark cave in water and there are alligators on this cave.
Good luck.
So I'm apologizing in advance if I say something.
But yeah, I had meant to get some Ritz crackers because I got my own cheese and some turkey and chicken just to make my own sandwich stuff. But I forgot the Ritz crackers. So I said something, I had complained about it in the car on our way home. And then before this part though, we stop at a gas station, which this specific gas station I know for a fact carries vitamin waters, and they have the fruit punch one that I prefer that no one else sells anymore. So I go in to get my vitamin waters. Usually I pay $1 something per vitamin water, so that's fine. I figure, okay, pay like $5, maybe $6 for these. I got 4 of them. I get up to the counter and the guy rings them up. $9 for 4 vitamin waters. They went up to $2.25. So I'm not buying vitamin waters there anymore. I will find some way to maybe order just a big pack of them online. But yeah, then get home, and like I said, I had mentioned something about forgetting the crackers, and they said, well, we have crackers in here, regular crackers, like the regular salted crackers like one would use for Chilean crackers. Or like with soup. This is not the same. Hi, welcome to the stream. It's been a really weird day. I keep dropping everything. I dropped my credit card in the gas station. I'm lucky the person behind me didn't decide to fight me for it. I wasn't even paying with my credit card, but I was left to pay for my stuff on my own, and I got nervous, so my hands started shaking, and I pulled out my credit card by accident instead of my debit card, then dropped it on the floor. I had already almost spilled my Gatorade earlier. I think I dropped the mop at one point. I dropped stuff in the store and managed to catch it. I was trying to get a box of ice cream sandwiches. I couldn't reach them, they were on the top shelf. Finally and no one will help me. But finally I get them down. I get one box down and another box falls with it. I catch the first box in my hand and the second one landed like partly on my foot. I pick it up, I put it back up there. The thing falls again. But this time it fell in the freezer and I couldn't reach it. So I just had to leave it there. Hopefully it doesn't fall on someone else. But it fell like on the other side of the freezer where I couldn't reach it anymore.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I also probably shouldn't be drinking coffee, and am currently drinking coffee. I'm probably not sleeping tonight. Which means I'll end up falling asleep trying to moderate a D&D stream tomorrow. Hi, welcome to the stream. I couldn't get the coffee I normally get, which is like it's the Great Value cold brew containers. They didn't have any. I don't like the Starbucks ones, plus they're more expensive. So I just like got the cheapest thing of cold brew coffee I could find, and then I put some almond milk and chocolate syrup in it. It works. And because I used almond milk, so far it's not hurting my stomach. I don't know what kind of dog I'm making here. Anyone have a dog breed suggestion? Yeah, I haven't been using almond milk as much lately, which I should probably start doing again. Sometimes it becomes the point, do I want to deal with the almond taste in my fruity cereal, or do I want to deal with a stomach ache? Some days I choose the stomach ache, even though I know I shouldn't. Lately the milk hasn't been bothering me as much, though. It's mostly ice cream that's making me really sick. Specifically Bluebell ice cream, which usually doesn't bother me very much, but it has the last few times I've eaten it. Maybe. I guess I can look at some. I know usually what I go for is a husky or a dingo. I think the last one I had was I think I had husky and something mix, because you can actually make a mixed breed too. but the way the pet stuff works for Sims 4, I'm still not a huge fan of. Oh, I can actually... Oh, that's so much easier. They changed stuff to make it easier. Yeah, that's definitely not good. I know, we all got kind of sick from one of them. And it was Bluebell. Which is most of the time the only kind of ice cream we buy. Kind of thinking of mixing a corgi with something.
A chihuahua.
This is mostly because now I think I've decided that at some point I want a corgi mix in real life, but it's gonna be a long time because Oreo is he's just too much right now. Oh wait, how do I? I am glad they updated this a little bit to make it easier for you to make a mixed breed, because before you would have to actually add like 2 dogs to your household and then delete them when you're done. I'm glad they're slightly updating some of their older packs. Like the updates to Spa Day, which I still haven't bought Spa Day, I need to. Be right back. Okay, back. Oh, that is terrifying. How is this dog cute and terrifying at the same time? I hadn't seen what it looked like before I left. And yeah, I was like putting off getting spa day till they did the update. The update kind of made me want it a little more. Still haven't gotten it because I was waiting for it to be on sale again. I don't like paying full price for DLCs. Hi, welcome to the stream. My guess is it'll probably be on sale again before Christmas. They also just added the $5 garden pack thing. Yeah, the thing is, I have spent so much money on Sims DLCs. I don't want to admit how much I've spent. No, I have gotten quite a few of them on sale or through the, like the bundle packs that they do. Like for one, I'm almost positive I ended up getting like $90 worth of stuff for $50. But yeah, they're a bit expensive. I did pay full price for the cottage living because I really wanted it. I wanted llamas. And then I barely used it. Kinda like this dog. Might change the color though. Yeah, I have almost all of them. I have all of the $40 ones, all of the $20 ones but Spa Day, all of the $10 ones but the fitness one, and then I think I have 3 of the $5 ones. It's taken me like 3 years to get that many, but I have a lot. Hopefully you find it. Not today. I watched the D&D stream yesterday, but I wasn't in the one today. I was busy. Plus, as much as I want to watch his Jurassic World streams, I don't want to spoil the game for myself because I have not played very much of it and I know he's a lot farther along than I am. Because I know how he is. He'll play it when he's not streaming too, and that's probably all he's done all weekend. I, on the other hand, might have played Star Wars game on the Switch for almost 10 hours over 2 days. Which is kind of the opposite of what I thought I would be doing. I thought I would also be non-stop playing the Jurassic World one.
To be fair, as soon as I heard you say new Star Wars games coming out, I figured you'd be on it more.
It's not technically new, it's just newly released to Switch. It's actually a pretty old game, I believe. Yeah, the kits definitely aren't as interesting. I mostly got the clothes pack ones. I might get the garden one. And I have the Bust the Dust one, because I thought it would be fun to mess around with the vacuums. It's just annoying.
I have hiccups.
And yeah, I played the first one. It's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty quiet right now. He's playing a different game.
I'm being chased by a guy on a jet ski. Help.
Throw Barbara at him.
I can't. Barbara took my assault rifle.
She might be in the desert with Anakin. They're just both screaming and shooting sand now.
Wait, is that where my MG went?
There's just a sentient banana and a lizard with assault rifles shooting sand in the Ark Desert somewhere.
Why screaming?
Yep. They're scaring even the admin. Just tell him jet skis are for hipsters and he'll stop chasing you. I should not have caffeine when I'm streaming. This wasn't even very much coffee either. There was only a little bit in here. It was mostly almond milk and chocolate syrup. I forgot what I was doing. I am making a dog. I learned today.
Oh, Barbara knocked my character out.
I don't know how to help you.
Send help. Send the dangers. Send Batman. Send Team Sunflower.
I would send Kylo Ren, but I don't know where I put him.
He's with Barbara right now.
I could send Chris Pratt.
I'm better off fighting by myself.
Actually, I don't know where Chris Pratt is either. Oh, right. That one's over there. On the shelf with the other action figures. Oh, wait. Andy's over here. I found a version of Chris Pratt. He has a tiara because it's Andy from Parks and Recreation when he's wearing a tiara and he just fell over. Did I lose Kylo Ren again? Oh wait, no, he's right there. I have a bunch of random stuff. It's not a shrine, it's just a few action figures and they're not in one place.
Yeah, it's a shrine then that's all scattered out yet to be made.
Not counting the Lego figures, which I'm not gonna count because his characters come with almost every Lego movie set. There are 3. There's the Andy one, there's a Star-Lord one, and there's an Owen one. The Andy one is over here with Rainbow Deadpool and all of the Star Wars stuff. And now Leslie. Leslie's over here too. Then, the Star-Lord one is on the shelf with the other action figures, minus Kylo Ren, because Kylo Ren is almost always on this table now. I think the Owen one is up on my desk with my homemade Xylo action figure things that are made out of cardboard. Which is actually Zelo and Lofo. They're over there. I like how I'm pointing like I have the camera on and I don't have the camera on. This is why I shouldn't drink coffee when I stream because I get distracted. And now Andy's on the floor. If you hear me say ow, it's probably because my chair fell over. But you'll probably hear the chair fall over. But yeah, yesterday I just decided not to stream. I wasn't in a very good mood and I was distracted by Star Wars games. Robot dog. I don't know why the tail changed and I have to change it back. Now I have a pink dog. Should I add a cat too, or just a dog?
A pickle.
I could have a raccoon and name it Rocket and tell everyone it's not a raccoon.
But it is a raccoon.
Yes, he said a pickle.
Like, what's going on?
I was asked if you said a pickle.
Yes, a pickle. What's so hard about getting a sentient pickle as a pet? I already have Barbara. And I'm scared because Barbara tries, nearly on a daily basis, tries to kill me. I should get a new pet, shouldn't I?
I feel like you shouldn't have a pet sentient banana if the sentient banana is going to try to kill you. And then again, I have an evil dog. I discovered today, my dog is scared of my neighbors. One of the neighbors is having a party and people were like over there cheering and stuff, and he ran in the house. So yeah, Oreo is, I guess, scared of people. And the dark. And brooms.
And Muffin.
And being alone. My dog is a mess.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, we pretty recently learned that Oreo is scared of the dark. He doesn't like to be outside at night, even if we're standing right there with him. He also doesn't like very many people. We've had him for about 2 years now. We were sitting out selling guinea pigs and someone stopped and asked us if we wanted a free puppy. We weren't gonna accept until he said what kind of puppy it was. This guy gave us a free, full-blooded husky. He said they couldn't keep him. Something about they were having a hard time potty training him. Turns out it's not a potty training issue. He just, when he's scared or excited, he can't control his bladder. He's also evil. And has on multiple
likes knives.
Yeah, he's obsessed with knives. I had this plastic knife that was a prop for a video that I never ended up using for a video. He, as a puppy, I let him carry it around, and I got a cute picture of him with it. Realizing my mistake, because now this dog is obsessed with stealing knives out of the kitchen sink. He's literally walked up to someone with a knife in his mouth and just looked at him. And most of the time he's fine, but he had been challenging Blaze for alpha male. Blaze was the beagle. We lost Blaze a few months ago, but he had been trying to challenge him and any of the other males for alpha. He was also like trying to challenge me, and he would pin me in the hallway, growling at me. And this dog is not as... Kaya was taller, but like leaner and slimmer, so she didn't weigh as much. She was only about, most of the time, 40 to 60 pounds. He's probably about 80, almost. He's huge. He's calmed down a lot. I have actually had to have stare downs with him and back him up off of me. For the past few months, he's calmed down some. I think it took me showing him that I wasn't really afraid of him. And then he just decided it wasn't worth it anymore. Or he was tired of getting in trouble and getting put in the kennel. But he hasn't been as aggressive lately. But he still chases the cats. He barks and growls at other dogs. He's never actually hurt the cats, because we have 3 cats in the house now. But he does chase them and annoys them. I don't know why they don't beat him up, because he would back off if they tried to. If one of them slapped him, he'd just run.
Oh, because he's a big dog. They're probably more afraid of him than they are, and than he are of them.
Well, I know, one of them is just kind of still terrified of dogs in general. Because her cousin and her, I think, sister, or no, it wasn't her cousin, but her sister did get killed by the neighbor's dog. When they were kittens. We never found that other one. We know the cousin actually ended up in our neighbor's yard. So what happened is the dog chased him and he ran across the street and just never left. They ended up eating him. We know it's him because he looked just like my other male. Just smaller. I have learned a lesson. If you're gonna have cats, that are different genders, have them all fixed. Or at least have all of the females fixed. We might currently have like 17 cats. Let's see, 2 of them were kittens from my original 2. A brother and a sister. 3 of them were strays that we took in before we moved from up there. Because the neighbor up there had he found a cat and her kittens, and he said he was going to keep them. He took the mom cat and left the kittens. Yeah, that's the main issue. It's so expensive to have them all fixed. We have 3 females in the house, and the others are in kennels outside, but we finally were able to separate most of them to where there's one female and 2 males running loose is all, and the others are all in kennels. And the only reason they're loose is because one of them actually goes back and forth to the neighbors' houses too, because that was Mamaw's cat. So he was going to the trailer and some of the neighbors' houses off and on. And then the other 2 just won't go in the kennel. And then pretty much all of the others have either been strays that we've taken in or kittens of strays that we've taken in. I have 2 that I'm kind of stuck with because their parents were siblings, so we didn't think they were going to survive, and then they did. But they're still like less than half of the size that they should be. So I just decided it's better off that I already have this many cats, I might as well keep these 2. Especially since I don't know what their health is going to be like later on in their life. And 2 in the house I was actually going to give to somebody if I could find someone that would take them together, because they're actually cousins, but they're very, very close, and when you tell one of them go get your sister, she goes and gets the other cat. Because it's 2 that were in the dog attack with their siblings. But now we do have them separated where the siblings cannot breed ever again. I don't know if you've ever seen him, but I still have my big black male Crowley. And now he's in the kennel with his grandsons, Thor and Scar. And we're actually, I think next weekend, we're going to be trying to find something to build a bigger kennel for all the females. Because we have quite a few females in the same kennel right now.
Meow.
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 Meow. My cats have weird names. Two of them aren't my cats. 3 of them aren't technically my cats. Although I guess one of those 3 kinda is now. Let's see, we got Crowley, Evie, Snickers, Reese's, Kit Kat, Kitty, Whisper, Creature, Loki, Thor, Scar, Cheese Puff, Little Eevee, Tiny Monster, Nightshade, and then the one that we took in is Turbo. Yes. Yes, it is. Is that all of them? I think that might be all of them. Crowley's daughters are Tiny Monster and Nightshade. They're both also solid black like him. They're also both very mean, and they beat up their mom and the other female cats that helped raise them. The only one they don't beat up is Loki. Creature was... We weren't planning on keeping her, but Kit Kat decided it would be a good idea to have her kittens in the attic. Some of them fell out of the attic into the yard, and we got them and found homes for them. But we even went up in the attic looking to make sure there were no kittens, and we couldn't find any more. Months later, this little underweight, smaller than she should have been, calico kitten falls out of the attic into the yard. I end up having to put her in a kennel on the front porch with her cousin because I had kept him already, and he was in the kennel because he was one of the ones that had also been attacked by the neighbor's dogs with his siblings. But I had to put her in there with him because I couldn't get her tame on my own. It took being in the kennel with him to get her to warm up to me, because she saw him getting attention. Eventually she wanted attention too. She's still very scared of everything and most other people. She's picky about letting people touch her at all. But we weren't planning on keeping her. I was hoping to find her a home, but I could never get her to a point where she's comfortable around other people. Her daughter is, though. She ended up getting pregnant. We didn't even know. We kind of figured she just couldn't have kittens. But shortly before we found out she was pregnant, the male that she bred with, that was also her cousin, we had just lost him. We don't even know what happened to him. He just suddenly got really sick. So she ended up having 4 kittens. One of them didn't survive birth. And the 3 kittens that she had that did really well are Loki, Thor, and Scar. And the female is named Loki because she was named after her dad. Her dad's name was also Loki. I was only keeping the female, but then stuff kept coming up, and then the 2 males were getting too big. Then COVID happened, so we couldn't really go give them away. So we ended up just keeping all 3 of them. And then with Little Evie? I don't remember if we ended up keeping her and Cheese Puff because of COVID or something else going on. I think we just kind of ended up keeping them because I had 3 huge pretty males before them named Buddy, Fluffy, and Cheeto. They all came up missing. We had at first figured, okay, maybe they just ran off and found females. They are males. They're old enough. All of these females in our yard are related to them. But just one by one they came up missing. Then we also had a gray female, another gray female that looked like little Evie. We had a tan female and a tan male. The tan male had come up missing. We had never named him, and the other gray female. We had never named those two because we weren't planning on keeping them. We were going to try to find them homes. But before we could, they came up missing. And then Mamaw had decided to take in this little tan female because she kept coming up to the porch on the trailer. And she had been feeding her. And this little tan female had a kitten that looked just like her. And then suddenly her and her kitten come up missing. Female cats don't leave their home usually. And then the other ones had come up missing too. Then, at this time, Tiny Monster was still loose in the yard, and she was way too small. Just this little black cat, like 6 or 8 months old, and she was less than half the size she was supposed to be at this age. She had been missing all day. Mamaw knew that certain neighbors had a possum trap out. She went over there. My cat's in their freaking possum trap, and he knew she was in that trap. He told her that that kitten had been in that trap all day, and he left her there, knowing it was my cat, knowing she's been in the trap all day. So Mamaw goes back out there, gets my cat out of the trap, gets scratched up by the cat, brings her back over here, and tells him that if she found out that he had something to do with her tan cat coming up missing, she's gonna call the cops on him, basically. Specific neighbor that might be related to us. So now, every time I think about all of my missing cats, it just goes to, did they have something to do with it? And the reason that Mamaw had Turbo, they left him. He was their cat. They left him, and I have their fish, because they were going to leave their fish. I wasn't gonna take the fish, but I was really worried that they were just gonna set that tank out there and leave the fish. Because they definitely did leave their cat. And we could never get them to admit to anything with our cats in the possum trap, but we do know for sure that Tiny Monster was in there. And after this incident, none of my cats came up missing again. But Tiny Monster's in the kennel with her mom and the other females that helped raise her, so. Because we made sure that we built a kennel with small enough holes that she couldn't get out of anymore after that. And yeah, even the males, they'll go off for a day or two and then they'll come back. And I know one of my males, that was one that had come up missing, wouldn't have just run off on his own unless maybe someone were to pick him up. If he was looking for females and someone decided to pick him up and take him home with them. This cat slept in the doghouse with the pit bull. We don't know why or how it happened, but he was sleeping in the house with her. I've realized that I've had this dog made for like half an hour and I have not named it.
Name it Banana.
But yeah, things have been really weird since we got back here. Like the first month we were back here, someone called animal control on us. The guy looked at all of our animals outside, said, they all seem healthy. But yeah, he said they all seemed healthy. Basically, the only issue he had was that some of them were in a little bit of mud, but it had literally rained like the night before. And it's not like we have a barn or something we can put them in. Now, when it gets too much rain, they come in the house. We've literally had points where we had the pig in the shower because we didn't have anywhere to put her and it was too muddy. But yeah, then whoever had called animal control had literally called so many times to a point that the guy came back out here, looked at the animals again and said, you know what, forget it. We're not coming back out here. And yeah. Right now, we are literally buying more kennels and stuff because of the changes about them the kennel that my dogs are in is apparently too small for 2 dogs to be in. And I bought the kennel, $200 for this dang kennel. But I had to get it because these 2 dogs have never been separated. Because it's the fluffy one that looks like a border collie mix, and then the one that literally looks like a wolf or a coyote. I still don't know what he is, and it's probably better that way. But it is funny that the dog I have that actually looks like a wolf is less aggressive than the husky. It's something to do with some pet laws that are changing in January, saying that the size kennel that they have is too small for 2 dogs, and you have to have a bigger one if you're gonna have 2 dogs in it. And you can't have dogs on chains or leads anymore unless you're out with them. Which, it makes sense, but our problem is the pit bull prefers to be on some kind of a lead. She doesn't like being in a fence or a kennel. So what we're gonna end up having to do is put the 2 males in the bigger kennel, and then probably find some way to reinforce the smaller kennel for her. She's not gonna like it very much, but she's gonna have to deal with it. And we don't have her on a chain anymore. She's on a cable thing, but they're not supposed to be on them anymore without someone outside with them. And she'll eventually get used to it. She did have a fence up there, so maybe, hopefully, if we keep the kennels next to the other one, she's gotten really attached to the 2 male dogs now. Maybe she'll stay in the kennel because it's beside them. I would put them all together, but she gets food aggressive, and she will fight both of them over food. And that's the only problem we have with her. Otherwise she's very sweet dog, but she's very clumsy and doesn't realize how big she is. A couple of times when she was on a chain, she actually slammed the chain into my legs trying to play with me. And she's not a small dog. We thought we were getting a female beagle. We were told that she was some kind of beagle and shepherd mix. She's bigger than my other dogs. She looks like a almost full-blooded pit bull now. And she's not food aggressive towards people, it's just other animals. I can literally take the bowl of food away from her if I need to. She just doesn't want other animals near her food. Probably because she was in the fence with a pig at one point, and the pig would try to take her food. That's when the food aggression started. We still have the pig too, and she's huge now. She's bigger than all of her siblings. And she likes to push people in mud. And she likes to be dramatic when people touch her. I still never named this dog. I'm bad at naming things. By the way, you want any guinea pigs? I was gonna actually ask everyone if I could give their kids guinea pigs for Christmas. We kind of had an accident thinking that 4 guinea pigs were males, and they weren't. We have 1 litter of babies and 3 pregnant guinea pigs right now. Now 3 are currently about 2 weeks old, and the rest have not been born yet. Unless I do have some that once their babies are ready to go, the females I will be trying to find them homes too. And they're almost grown. I'm not sure if the babies are male or female yet. The 3 little ones. I basically have, I think, at the moment, 5 that I'm keeping. Because I have my 3 females, and I'm keeping one of the babies that's a male to be in there with his dad, because the dad's not aggressive at all. I would just be keeping 2 females, but 2 of them are sisters, and the third one's blind. Still don't know why I bought the guinea pig. I wasn't gonna buy any more. Yeah, if I manage to find the others all homes, I might be able to give you a cage with it, because I do have 2 old cages that I'm probably not keeping, because we just upgraded to bigger ones. Yeah, we were trying to give them away in a parking lot, and almost everyone who came and looked at them took one. One lady even said she wasn't planning on taking one, but she couldn't resist coming to look at them. She already has one. And then she took one. One guy took one, and it's now a pet for his chihuahua. And the chihuahua loves it. Yeah, what happened is how I ended up with them. There was a guy and his kid giving some of them away in a parking lot. I took two. He said they were the same gender. He didn't know if they were male or female, but they were the same gender. They were not. Then I ended up getting another female because I had wanted a long-haired one. So I ended up getting another female. I bought her for $15 at a flea market. We get home, and about a week later, she gives birth. We did end up selling her two babies, and then before we had them separated, they had a few more, and I actually managed to keep. I ended up having to separate the male from the females because the original female I got with the male, she had had babies, but we noticed her belly still looked too big. A month later, she gave birth to a stillborn baby that was still in there. She hadn't been in contact with another male. So she lived with the baby she had lost inside of her for a month. And she made it through this. She barely made it through it. We almost lost her too. So I said, okay, she can't go back in there with the male for a while. I don't think I ever want to let her get pregnant again, if we can help it. So I had been looking for another male, but the original two I had were Cosmo and Wanda. When I had to separate them, Cosmo actually ended up getting depressed and ended up grieving himself to death before I could get another male. The day after we finally found another male and had brought him home, we lost Cosmo because he had already grieved himself to the point that he was sick because he had to be separated from the females. I ended up keeping the two females from Cosmo and Wanda, and then we actually lost Wanda a few months ago, so I'm glad I kept their daughters. And then Ella, I was not planning on getting another one. I went into the pet store to look at lizards. I see this little gray and white guinea pig with red eyes, and for some reason I couldn't leave her. Couldn't leave the store without her. Get home and we find out she's blind. And she was actually in the pen with Wanda, but I had to, when we lost Wanda, I ended up keeping the other females to stay with her, because she had already basically helped Wanda take care of them. Be right back. Okay, back. I missed my mic that had a mute button. Alright, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. And, I don't think I have your number saved, but if you need to get a hold of me, I usually try to check Facebook Messenger. I need to save your number. Probably try to do that tomorrow, try to figure it out. Okay. I'm probably gonna end this stream soon. I still have no idea what to name this dog. See, I'm gonna test something because I'm not sure about the fur color anyway. Meow. Okay, I think Matt got eaten by crocodiles. I don't like that as much as I thought I would. Dog. Maybe. I kind of like that. I don't know why, but I kind of like that. I have an idea. I have made Lava Dog. I kind of like it like this, though. This might be the closest I ever get to shiny Growlithe. I've hatched like 500 eggs between 2 games. No shiny Growlithe. I thought I'd like the bright red more than I do. I do like this though. I have no idea what my what my Sim's last name is, so this is Midas Puppy. I put... No. I probably want to do independent, because that might help keep the dog from running away. Oh no, I didn't think of that. It might... I think I just got another idea for a show inside of the Snake Cops universe. Dog Lawyer. Or is it just another spin-off of Snake Cops? Like Dirt Bike Detectives. I'm so weird. And someday I'm gonna actually have to write these. Midas Puppy the Dog Lawyer. And then Dirt Bike Detectives is dinosaurs on dirt bikes solving crime against dirt bikes. I'm surprised I remember the concept for Dirt Bike Detectives. That was so long ago and during one GTA stream. I guess I'm just gonna add the dog for now and see how it goes. If it goes well, then I'll add a cat later. I actually did discover you can add animals without stealing them from your neighbors. You just have to do it before you actually start up the game. Oh, was it only a year ago? I guess so. It feels longer. Do I have two versions of this family now? I guess. Or is it three? It might be three. It might be one with just her, one with the two people, and one with the dog now. Yeah. I think it just feels like longer. But yeah, it was about a year ago. A little bit longer than a year, maybe. No, probably about a year ago. Yeah, 'cause I just, like, stopped talking to him this year, I think. Yeah. Was it this year? No, it was... I don't know. I'm so confused. Did I stop talking to him last year? Or this year? Okay, yeah, it was last year. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. A lot of stuff happened last year, so it was over a year ago for sure. I think. Because I think he was still around when we talked about dirt bike detectives. I think. Okay, yeah, it did add the dog. That's good. Should I play Sims on Twitch? Or should I switch games? Okay. I, put my foot on something on the floor and I found a big chunk of a cheese puff. You know, I still find it funny that YouTube, like, took down one of my Sim streams in the middle of the stream and never told me why. No message, no strike, no warning, nothing. It was just taken down in the middle of a stream. And I still don't know what did it. I don't know if it was the something to do with the Sim in the rainbow shirt, or if it was something to do with the man in the coconut bra, or something to do with the man in the dress. Like, those are the only three things I can think of that could have caused it, and those are things that shouldn't. Especially since I'm pretty sure either Markiplier or one of his friends has worn a coconut bra in a video. But yeah, I still don't get that. Especially since I have actually said, like, the most inappropriate thing I have ever said on my channel was said during a Sims stream. And it was a Futurama quote. And that stream is still up somewhere. So, like, I don't get why that is still there. But YouTube was like, man in a coconut bra? No, kill it now. Which actually worries me. I know this guy doesn't have an outfit like that, but I'm almost positive one of the recent ones I made for one of my shorts might have been a guy in a coconut bra. And I think it was Frogman. I think Frogman is wearing a coconut bra. But I'm pretty sure that short is still up. Yeah. And I know that for sure is not the only stream I've done where I've had a male character in a dress. Anyone remember Elsa Paxton? 'Cause that happened. Back when I was doing my original Sim streamed series with Delilah, Paxton and Archer were Disney princesses. But I'm gonna be honest, I got no problem with the man wearing a dress if that's what he wants to wear. I am wearing men's sweatpants right now, and I am not a man. Normally I'm wearing men's t-shirts, but I'm actually currently wearing a sweater that came from the women's department. Because it's a Stranger Things sweater and it matches the sweatpants. Oh, he's at work. Okay. This is the same Sim who was the first vampire spellcaster hybrid I ever had. So this is the same Sim that cursed herself and had Kylo Ren throw up all over her lawn. Yeah, I don't really get it, because I don't care one way or another, you know, you wear what you want to wear. And I am a person who is from a family who a lot of the older family members were so religious that women could not wear pants. Women couldn't wear pants, they couldn't wear makeup or paint their nails, they couldn't wear short skirts, they had to have skirts that came down to past their ankles. Even in gym class they had to wear skirts that were past their knees. I wasn't raised like this, but a lot of my family was. But I'm not much of a dress person, and most of the women in my family aren't. I wear dresses when I feel like it. And usually there's some kind of theme, like my Deadpool dress and my Darth Vader dress. But most of the time I do wear jeans or sweatpants. But then again, I did have a family member literally threaten to disown my male cousin because he dyed his hair purple. The same family member had no problem with me and my female cousins all dyeing our hair because we have all dyed our hair at one point or another. And the same person also dyed their hair, but she had a problem with her male grandson doing it. Eventually she didn't. Like, after that, when the next male grandson did it, she had calmed down about men dyeing their hair, and it didn't bother her. But the first one did. Yeah, for me, a lot of the problem is I hate dresses and skirts that go past my knee, like below my knee, and I'm so short that it's hard to find anything that... I'm short, but I'm not thin. So, like, finding anything that's the right size that's not too long is difficult for dresses and skirts. Some of my skirts are literally kid sizes because they were the only thing I could find that was short enough for me to be comfortable in. Yeah, I have found a few that I've liked. But I'm also just not a huge fan of skirts and dresses in the first place, and I would prefer to wear jeans most of the time. But jeans are also hard to find. For a person that has a small waist, short legs, but then has a butt, hips, and thighs, is nearly impossible without finding someone who will actually do like a clothes fitting for you. And I can't afford that. So I either deal with pants fitting my waist and being a little too long, but being tight everywhere else, or I deal with them being too big for my waist, way too long, and fitting everywhere else. And pajama sets are so hard. For a person, for a woman with a small waist and a big chest, finding a pajama set that fits is not possible unless you can buy separate pieces, and then you pay twice as much. This is why I wear men's shirts, because I can get a medium-sized shirt and it'll fit. If I get a women's shirt, I have to get a 2X. The medium is a little tight, so I typically get a large in men's, but still. I bought these pajama sets One of them's a Pac-Man set. The shorts are too big. The shirt fits fine. The shorts are too big. Like, way too big. Then I bought 2 other sets that are Star Wars and Friends. The shirts fit. The shorts are too big. Why is the puppy laying on the floor? We have a dog bed, don't we? Yeah, there's a dog bed over here. Go lay on the dog bed, Midas. Why are you laying on the floor? But yeah, I could literally go on for hours complaining about how hard it is to find clothes and shoes that fit. I can't wear heels most of the time. I can wear, depending on the brand of shoes and what type of shoe it is, I can wear anywhere from a 6 to a 9. 6 through 8 in sneakers. And again, depending on the brand, because each brand is usually slightly different. But most of the time, I buy about, in women's shoes, I buy about a 7 to an 8. In men's, I typically try to do a 6, but finding a 6 in men's sneakers is not easy. So sometimes I'll do like a 7 in men's, and it's still too big, but they're not too big to a point that I can't wear them. But forget heels. I have wide feet. Heels are made for people with skinny feet. They just are. And yeah, I have noticed a lot of places. I remember trying to find shoes for one of my cousins because he wears like a size 12, and even size 12s in men's can be hard to find. So I can imagine anything bigger. But yeah, one thing, I typically don't like paying full price for shoes if I don't have to, because of the fact that most of the time I do have to buy shoes that are too big because I can't find the right size. Luckily, when I ordered them on Amazon, they had somewhat of the right size. I think I had to get a 7.5 in both because they didn't have a 7, which actually ended up working out because the gold and white ones fit really well. I just have to break them in a little bit because they're a little tight, but once I break them in, they should be fine. And the purple ones are actually a tiny bit too big. I have noticed lately, though, finding women's high tops is not easy. I did find a place in the mall that sells the exact same thing as my gold and white ones, but they're silver and white. But they're the exact same shoe, and they're like $5 cheaper than what I paid, or 10, something like that. So I know when I have the money again and I decide I want another pair, they have them. I also know that they carry the same brand, so I can just go in there and look and probably get them a little cheaper than I got them on Amazon. And I actually have 4 pairs of the same brand now. But 2 are women's and 2 are men's. And the men's are actually more expensive. Which seems weird to me because usually when I find shoes, the women's are more expensive. But I believe I got both pairs of the men's ones on sale, so it wasn't too bad. One was like $80 and they had the sign on them on the pair beside them that said that it was like half off or something. So I took the other pair up there and I said, look, they're the same shoe, just a slightly different color. They're in the same spot. I figured they would be half off too. Finally, the manager says, just do it. Just give them the shoes half off too. Because it is the exact same, it's the same brand, the same shoe, same design and everything, it's just a slightly different color. So I ended up getting them for like half the price. Or almost half the price. I think they ended up being about $50. But they were regular price $80, so it's still a better deal than what I would have gotten otherwise. Basically, I ended up getting 2 pairs of shoes for the same price as one. Because I got 2 pairs of shoes that day. The other pair was only like 20 something. But the other pair was a different brand. And from the women's section where they had a better sell. The other pair actually isn't as comfortable either, and I might end up giving them to someone else. We actually had an incident happen today. We were at a store that I go to all the time called Five Below. Everything in the store used to be $5 or under, but they went up to $10 and under. But this is where I normally get my sets of 4 buttons and my keychains. I had went for my birthday because the last few years I've gotten at least a couple of buttons for my birthday. So I went to look for some, and they didn't have any. I mean, I did end up still getting buttons because I got the Clone Wars ones. But I went to look for more, and they didn't have any. All they had was a set of Star Trek ones that I already had. Today, I went in there because we were going to replace a phone shield cover thingy. Turns out we had actually just bought the wrong one. We accidentally bought a camera cover. But I went in there, I found buttons. They had 2 different sets of Friends ones that I didn't have. They had a Star Trek one that I didn't have. And I found a Deadpool keychain, and it was the only Deadpool keychain left in the store. So I took them up there and I was trying to ask people, you want to just get some of my Christmas presents early and put them aside while they have them? Because they're going to sell out pretty quickly. We didn't have the receipt for the little phone cover thing. So the manager says that he can exchange it. He can't do refund without the receipt, but he can exchange it. So we say, okay, exchange it, take the money from that off, and then we'll pay the difference for the rest of the stuff. This guy only scanned 3 items, so we got what should have been almost $20 for $8. Because part of it was the 5-something refund for the thing, or exchange for the thing, the phone cover, and then he forgot to scan one of the items, so one of them was free. We also had a ridiculous incident at a thrift store. You ever go to a store and it has a price on it, and then you get to the register and they try to charge you almost triple that price? Because that happened to us. Someone had picked up a package of notebook paper because they like to write. And this pack of notebook paper said that it was like 66 cents or something. So they said, okay, that's cheaper than what I would pay for it at, say, Walmart, even though it's only like 22 cents more at Walmart. But they picked that up. They picked up a few books. The most expensive book was $1.40. We get up. Everything else, all the other books were 99 cents, and then the paper was 66 cents. We get up to the register. This lady tries to charge us $1.50 per item. We did not buy them. And it wasn't like for tax or anything. It was just literally she was going to charge us $1.50 for items that were marked 99 cents and 66 cents and $1.40. It's not a huge difference, but it was the fact that you have your stuff marked one thing and then you're charging people more than that. And it's something to do with today every item in the store was $1.50, which, okay, sure. But why do you have your stuff marked lower prices if you are charging every single $1.50 for every single item in your store? I feel like if you're gonna do that, you just don't mark the a price on the items, you know? And $1.50 is more than you would pay for that paper at any store. I don't even think office supply stores charge you $1.50 for notebook paper. You can get an actual notebook for cheaper than $1.50 at most stores. I started to say, why is she in scuba gear? And then I remembered she is a scuba diver. Hello, vampire lady. Why are you at my door? I feel like I know this vampire lady. Is this one of my Sims? Are you one of my Sims? You look familiar. Oh, well, she's gone now. Ah, vampire guy. Why are all the vampires here? My Sim's part vampire too. Let's see, the Sim is a scuba diving vampire spellcaster Jedi? I think she's a Jedi, not a Sith. I mean, I can technically like take away her vampire powers, but it's a very complicated process, and I believe you need cooking skill or drink mixing skill. You also have to know some gardening skills because you have to grow the ingredients. So, like, it's a very long, difficult process to cure someone who's part vampire. And I actually don't know if it will work on her because I've never tried it on a hybrid. I don't see why it wouldn't, but I don't know. And if I could get it to work, she could never become a vampire again because of the spellcaster traits. Is this Sim pregnant? Okay, she is. At least I think she is. Yep. You see, I would, but there are no werewolves in Sims, and I'm still upset about it. Ghost? There's just a ghost chilling in my house. Let's see, what all crazy things the Sims have right now? Vampires, aliens, mermaids, spellcasters, ghosts, robot people, cats, dogs, foxes, bunnies, cows, llamas, hamsters, and several other rodents. Grim Reaper, weird Santa, weird Easter bunny thing, skeletons, Jedi and Sith, other Star Wars aliens that are different from the Sims aliens. Weird creepy clown that comes out of a painting. A wishing well that can get your Sim pregnant. Weird magical cult people. Magical island people whose kids can set fires to anything. But there are no werewolves. Yes, I know. I have seen it. I think I've seen every episode. I actually haven't messed with the... Oh, there's also plant people. I forgot the plant people. I haven't messed with the weird magical cult people, but they were apparently in the university pack. So I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point, how to summon them. But you can apparently get magical powers from them. It could be the Splinter Cat cult. It could be. Do we have magical powers as Splinter Cat cult members? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're not actually supposed to be a cult, but from what I understand, they look like one. They show up wearing robes and stuff. It's weird. Yay, magical powers. What are our magical powers? And I just knocked stuff over. I feel like somehow my power is being the clumsiest person who can also catch everything they drop. Almost everything. I didn't catch my credit card, and I didn't fully catch the ice cream sandwiches that fell on me. I did catch my Gatorade that I almost knocked over. I like knocked the cup partly over. I knocked paper towels over. The paper towels hit my cup. My cup almost fell. I grabbed it and managed to keep it from spilling. And then I just caught my power strip as it was falling. You know, some days I seriously don't know how I have not broken dishes. I have dropped so many dishes, either on the floor or in the sink. One day, I don't think I've talked about this. I was trying to get a Monster Energy drink, but I wanted ice in it. I didn't want to deal with messing with a cup, so one person has been getting these, like, juice things, and I took the bottle that they had left on the side of the counter. I washed it really well. I was going to put ice in it. I had this plastic bottle in my hand, and somehow I managed to throw this bottle like halfway across the house. I was looking for it everywhere and I couldn't find it in the kitchen. And I go in the other room and it's in the other room. I even looked in the cabinet. I was like, did I accidentally throw it into the cabinet? I can't find it. No, it was just in another room. I had thrown it out of the kitchen. I wasn't even trying to throw it. It just happened. So I'm pretty sure after the holidays, I'm gonna have to start saving for a new TV. Cause I swear my screen just flashed green for a second. Like the entire screen. Like not even a full second. It was just really quickly and then gone. And now it's fine. I don't know. That reminds me, I have tomorrow's short already uploaded and ready to go live. I also still want to do a premiere one day, but I haven't gotten around to that. I don't think I am. But I don't bleed very much and I do heal pretty quickly. So who knows? Like, that is a very strange thing about me. I have a decent tolerance for pain. I can handle most pain. I broke my ankle and I only took like one pain pill they gave me at the hospital. After that I didn't take any more because I didn't need them. Hi, welcome to the stream. But, and I walked on that broken ankle, you know. I walked probably a good 30 feet on it and got off a trampoline with a broken ankle because my family didn't believe that I had broken my ankle, even though I said I'm pretty sure I broke my ankle, and I felt it break. I heard it break. No one believed me until it was swollen. Then, most of why they didn't believe me is because I walked on it. But how was I supposed to not walk on it? No one would come help me. I had to walk on it. Did my chair just get struck by lightning? I think it did. Are you still outside? Okay, no, you're asleep. I was supposed to say, you need to come in the house before you get killed by lightning. I actually have him wake up and just, you know, drink a potion even though it's not a spellcaster. But yeah, that's probably the thing I use most when talking about how I can handle pain, because I did walk on a broken ankle. I am also about 95% sure I broke my tailbone and I didn't even go to the hospital. But I will still say the spider bite was the most painful experience I've ever had. Worse than the broken ankle. Worse than the broken tailbone. The spider bite was bad. And the more I think of it, I'm pretty sure it was also a black widow bite, which would mean I am not the only person in my family that has been bitten by a black widow. Yeah, I can imagine that. I know the burns on my hand were pretty bad, but I still don't think they were as bad as the spider bite. And I should have went to the hospital for those burns. They were bad. I didn't, and they healed right. I don't even know how none of it scarred when the one on my arm scarred. But I don't think I used any kind of burn gel or anything for the one on my arm. We did use some stuff on my hand. Like, you can't even tell that anything happened to my hand. Then, my worst scar, though, is my knee. I fell on a rock, and I needed stitches. I really did. No one would take me to the hospital, but I needed stitches. But it did end up healing, it just took a long time. There's still a nasty scar there, though, and that may never go away. I think, the one that I usually talk about, that's the dog bite on my back and shoulder, I think that's actually gone now. And then, I don't know if I necessarily needed to go to the hospital for it, but it was bad when I fell and slid on the rocks. Like, I was so messed up. My legs, my arms, my hands. I'm just glad I didn't land on my face. I definitely would have needed to go to the emergency room if I had landed on my face. It was bad enough that we ended up having to leave the Renaissance Festival early that year because I was hurting so much. And because I just didn't feel well. I had bandages on, I think at that point, just one leg, but both arms and my hand. And I had actually taken the bandages off of my hand because I wash my hands too much to try to keep bandages on if they're not absolutely necessary. But I still had cuts that were healing, and someone tried to put hot lotion on my hands. My entire family was like, no, no thank you. That's not a good idea. But yeah, I think you can actually see some of it in... I've shared the picture of me and two of my cousins. Yeah, I don't know what... It was like warmed up lotion or something. I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, I think in the picture where I'm dressed as like the vampire fairy with two of my cousins, I think you can actually see some of the bandages on my leg through my fishnet stockings, fishnet leggings, whatever they were. I don't think you can see the ones on my arms, because I think my cousin was covering them. But yeah, that was pretty bad. Sure, we'll go with that. Is it bad that I now kind of want to make an emo Tinkerbell costume? And that would be something I would do. Honestly, it probably wouldn't be that hard. And I might seriously do this. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think I'm streaming on Twitch tonight. I've just been kind of enjoying sitting here talking. Reminds me of the old streams, you know. Back when I would just sit and talk about everything during either Sims or Minecraft. I know it hasn't been really that long, because I've only been doing this for not quite 4 years yet, but it feels like so long. Come quite a long way. In not quite 4 years. Randomly start a stream at 4 in the morning sometimes. And see, it's crazy to me that now I've gotten to a point where that seems weird. And yet, I just did it all the time before. Just streaming at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I had viewers. But you know, with the internet I had, sometimes that's all I could do back then. I couldn't actually stream till 1 or 2 in the morning. Now I have pretty good internet. I can literally stream while 3 other people are using the internet and it's no problem. I still don't quite believe the person who said that our internet should be able to run 30 devices. Because most days it can barely handle 5 or 6. But still, 5 or 6 is much better than 2. We could only use the internet on 2 devices with the internet we had in Cleveland. You add a 3rd one, you kill the internet for everybody else. Yeah, I was even worried that it would be hard with my uncle here now, because another person on the internet, but it's not. It's working fine, you know. The only time I've had an issue in the past few months was the other day when I was on Ark. 2 other people were on GTA, and I think my uncle was watching, like, Netflix or something. And, Ark started lagging a little bit. I don't remember if I was streaming or not when it happened, but Ark was lagging some. But that was also, that's 3 people online on games. 1 person online watching TV. And likely 3 phones connected to the internet. Or possibly even 4, because I think my old phone was on too. So it was quite a few things on the internet before it started having an issue. I don't know why my sim is choosing to just stand there. I guess I can have her paint. That'll make us a little extra money. I do wanna... I've already redone most of the... I've already redone the entire bottom floor, like customized everything. But I want to redo the top floor, which I just have a bathroom, a bedroom, and this little hallway here. Because I've already done the kids' room. But I want to get a little extra money before I start customizing that. Maybe try to get up to 40,000, because it's not gonna be cheap to finish those rooms. I might even add another room. And I had moved her into a bigger house, but I moved her back because I preferred this house. And I had already customized the bottom floor when she was here before. But yeah, I was gonna get into this on Discord earlier, but I didn't really talk about it very much. I had gotten to a point where I wasn't completely motivated to keep working on the channel because we were just losing subscribers. Like, no matter what I did. And then I started uploading YouTube shorts. And then I gained like 300 subscribers in 3 months. I don't know how many people have paid attention to the group chat today, but I think it was earlier today I posted, this channel has gotten almost 50,000 views this month in the last 28 days. That is insane. Yeah, kinda. Like, I was to a point that I was thinking, you know, a lot of other YouTubers, even some of the ones I know, were starting TikTok accounts. Maybe I should. Like, I could do some fun things with short videos, but I don't really want to work on another platform right now. I already have YouTube and Twitch, and I'm having a hard enough time keeping up with those. And I have 3 YouTube channels, and I'm not even uploading on all of them. And then YouTube Shorts happened. And I was like, you know what? It says I can create a YouTube short on my phone. Why not? And then that short just casually gets 1,000 views. Which is more views than I have subscribers. So I start posting a few more. And then I decided, okay, I had been thinking about it. If I was gonna make a TikTok account, I was gonna upload these Sims outfit showcase videos, so why not do one on YouTube? And then it casually gets 20,000 views. I do want to do other Sim shorts other than just the outfit showcase ones. I just haven't exactly gotten around to it. I do want to do one showing off this house at some point, like the customization I've done to this house. I had another one in mind it's a house from the gallery that someone else built, but I was gonna get it and then change stuff up the way I wanted it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I do have an idea, and I could run it by you guys on this channel, like I asked in the group chat, and I got some positive response. comedy sketch channel. I say this as I'm not even consistently uploading on my 2 other channels. And it is like going back and forth in my head about it. I'm like, I know I could do some stuff that I would think is funny, but are other people gonna think it's funny? And then it's also, am I gonna be confident enough to upload this stuff? Like, if I were to actually seriously consider this, I would maybe do a couple of test videos on this channel. And then if it does well, consider a 4th channel. Like, I already have an idea for a series. Because I've seen other people do similar stuff and it do well, and it would basically just be like my random characters that I come up with out of nowhere just arguing with each other about stupid stuff. Sorry if you heard my stomach growl. I'm having a weird day, and I've been hungry most of the day, and I ate before I streamed. But yeah, like I said, I would consider potentially testing out comedy sketch stuff on this channel. I'd definitely test it on this one or one of my other, probably this channel, just because this is the biggest one that I have right now, and this is my main channel. Like, it might mostly be gaming, but at the end of the day, this is my main channel. This is where I upload most stuff, even if it's not gaming related. I don't care, YouTube doesn't pay me. But I do have to make sure that I change the like the category my stuff is in, because I think that's what's getting my comments turned off. Because it's, every time I go to upload something, it's counting it as gaming, whether it is or isn't. There goes my stomach again. But like I talked about though, I don't know if that's what's getting my comments turned off, or if it's the fact that it's lightsabers. Maybe because it's a weapon, maybe because it's a toy, I don't know. And I do know other YouTubers, even some of the big ones that do gaming channels, also upload other stuff and no one cares. So, like, it really shouldn't be a problem that I do the same thing. Especially since YouTube doesn't pay me. Like, I can't even apply for the partner program as far as I know until I have 1,000 subscribers. And even then, it's very unlikely that they'll even consider it. Maybe. Like, 2 of my 3 lightsaber videos had the comments turned off. And then my costume video had the comments turned off. I don't know. I know you can apply for their partner program at 1,000. Either 1,000 or 10,000, something like that. It's not super high to apply for it. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna get accepted. Just like with Twitch. Like, there's a specific limit that Twitch will consider you for partnership. But they don't actually give you a partnership when you hit that goal. You have to be above that goal. And even then, it can still be difficult. And accepting Twitch partnership means you can't stream on any other platform anymore. Which is partly why I have not, like, fully been pushing for Twitch partnership. Because I did start my channel here. And more of my fans are strictly YouTube fans and not all on Twitch. But yeah, for anyone watching this later or anyone who hasn't found it yet, I do have a Twitch and I do stream on there. Usually on days when I'm not streaming on here, I'm streaming on there. It's the same name. But yeah, I can't necessarily say though that if Twitch offered, I would immediately decline it, because I don't think I would. I think I'd consider it and I think I'd talk to people about it. But it's not going to happen anytime soon. Because you need quite a few more followers than what I have. And you need a lot of viewers. Like, a lot of consistent viewers. I would question why he's walking around with no shirt on, but then I'd also have to question why she's walking around in flippers. Yeah. Definitely a lot of the policies and stuff I do prefer Twitch for. I like the fact that Twitch is a little more lenient with stuff, and you know, they're working with people more than YouTube ever did, I guess you could say. Like Twitch right now, they're literally working on stuff to prevent people from suing over music use in the background. Like, the last thing I heard about it is they're trying to work with the record labels that are threatening to sue people and having the content all removed. And that's good. They also are working on helping people on mobile, but YouTube is doing the same right now. My main issue with YouTube, one of my main issues with YouTube, there's quite a few. Like, the fact that they do take down people's streams and videos without giving them reason, or without giving them warning to fix it. My stream was literally taken down in the middle of a stream. Like, while I'm streaming it, it was just deleted and stopped by YouTube. And I was never told why. They didn't email me about it. I went through old emails to look for it, and I could never find anything from around that time. There's that as well about Twitch. There's the fact that there's so many issues with YouTube, with people reviewing people's thumbnails and videos. The fact that people were literally having strikes put on their channel and their videos taken down for a clip of people fighting in mascot costumes, when the original clip had not received strikes or been taken down, but anyone using this clip in their videos had their videos taken down. They did eventually fix the problem, but it took a very long time. And I'm sure quite a bit of you wouldn't know this, because you probably don't watch her. I watch this YouTuber that does, she does a lot of talking about pets. She has a lot of exotic pets. She's been a zookeeper at one point. Now she's actually working to help make better pet products for snakes and other reptiles. But she has a thumbnail that's her holding a giant snail. Because she has a pet giant African snail. And the thumbnail just says, it's so big on it or something. And it's just a small lady holding a big snail. She talked about this so much on Instagram. Someone working at the YouTube team had this thumbnail removed from her channel for sexual content. She is not showing any inappropriate skin. It's a girl holding a snail. There was nothing wrong with the thumbnail. She mentioned YouTube in an Instagram post and explained everything that happened and explained it to someone that worked at YouTube, I guess. They put her thumbnail back up because there was nothing wrong with it. There was literally nothing wrong with the thumbnail. But the thing is, they're removing stuff like this, and they're not removing animal abuse videos. And they're also not fighting to have people who have admitted to animal abuse taken off of their site. But they're gonna delete a perfectly fine thumbnail of a lady holding a snail. And take down clips of people in mascot costumes fighting when real violence is being shown in videos. And it's not always removed. I have seen so much ridiculous stuff on the internet. And a lot of it is people have fought to get rid of it. I have seen a lot of terrible things even on Facebook. But the difference is, on Facebook, people go nuts until it's removed and until the people that have done it are found and arrested. I have literally seen a video of some teenagers setting a cat on fire. This is a thing that was circulating all over Facebook. I didn't know what this video was. There wasn't a title with it when it was sent to me. Someone sent it to me. It looked like people giving a cat a bath in a bucket when you first start watching it. And that is not what it was. I'm pretty sure I even yelled at the person who sent it to me. Yeah. I don't even remember who did it, but I'm pretty sure someone sent it to me. And it was kids in another country. They were speaking another language and they were laughing about it after. I don't care who you are or where you're from, you know. That's not funny. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people fought until they were found and got in trouble for what they had done. Yeah, it's terrible that stuff like that is happening and getting posted like it's nothing, you know? Like it's just some friends goofing around, and it's not. To them it might be, to everyone else that's horrible, you know? Yeah. The only time I have ever thrown anything at an animal was when it was actively trying to bite me and the owners weren't doing anything to stop it. And actually, I don't think it was trying to bite me when I did it. It was trying to bite my cousin, who's 6 years younger than me and at the time was a kid. And these big dogs. One's a lab mix, one's a golden retriever mix, one's a pit bull. They're all trying to bite us. But most of the time I wouldn't throw things at them. I only did it when I had to. Usually I'd just scare them off. Because I realized if you run at them, they run away. They don't stay in their ground. So I started doing that instead. It still upsets me that these people knew their dogs were aggressive and were trying to bite us. And they have a fence around their entire yard. They have a gate, but they refuse to close their gate most of the time. If you've got aggressive dogs, please close your gate. Almost every house on that block had kids. Actually, every house on that block, aside from mine, either had kids or young grandkids in it. Yeah. I have had to chase a pig with a broom. I never touched the pig with the broom. The broom was just for my safety because this pig was 3 times my size and it was in my yard. And it was harassing my dogs. And this wasn't a potbelly pig. This was a pig. This thing was huge. I think I was like 12 when that happened. We did end up getting the pig out of our yard and finally it went home. This thing was huge. It was bigger than my dogs for sure. At that time, I don't fully remember what kind of dogs I had. If it was before I had lost them, I had a Basset Hound and a Shar-Pei mix. Yeah, usually I befriend most of the random animals I find. Yeah, pigs aren't small. And this was probably on the bigger side. Like, it's the biggest pig I've ever seen. I don't think this one was quite 5 feet. It might have been. but it was just huge. My potbelly pig is probably about 200 to 300 pounds right now. Somewhere in there. And that's a potbelly pig that are typically raised to be pets. She's heavy enough that I physically cannot lift her. But yeah, let's see. I've tamed multiple, feral cats and kittens. I've pet most of the random dogs that have come in our yard. I tried to befriend Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog wasn't having it. Ghost Dog ran off. I've actually, I'm usually not one to be afraid of animals, even when they're bigger than me, or almost as big as me. I have actually grabbed and held back a German Shepherd that was probably 150 pounds. If I see Ghost Dog again and I have my phone on me, maybe. I haven't seen Ghost Dog in a while. But this German Shepherd was going after my dogs. And I didn't have one of my big dogs out. We had the 3 little ones, the 2 Chihuahuas and the Chihuahua. The only thing I could think of to do was grab this dog till the owner could come get it. That's not even the only neighbor's dog I've grabbed either. One's a pit bull, but he wandered over into my yard while I was walking my big fluffy dog, and I grabbed both of them by their collars and held them apart till the neighbor could come get him. Because I didn't know if my dog would bite him. That was my main concern. Because if he showed any aggression towards me, my dog's gonna jump him. And one of them's probably not making it out of that fight. I've also broken up several fights from my own dogs. Haven't managed to break up all of them without injury. And yeah, this was a huge one. He was so big. Probably the biggest dog I've ever seen in person. If not, pretty close. But I didn't know what else to do. He was trying to get my dogs. It was grab him and risk myself getting bit, or risk him killing one of my dogs. Turns out he's not people aggressive, just aggressive towards other dogs. But the neighbor saw me grab him. The neighbor was mowing his yard, because it's the next door neighbor, not the one I usually talk about, but on the other side. but he saw what was happening and that I grabbed the dog and was managing to hold him back, and he sees that I'm this 4-something short person and I grab this giant dog. He pulls his lawnmower up to the fence, because there's a fence, the dog had gotten under it. He pulls his lawnmower up to the fence, stands on his lawnmower, jumps over the fence, and grabs his dog. And this is a pretty old guy. But in that moment, that was the only thing he could think to do to get over there fast enough before I lose a grip on this dog, or before it bites me. They fixed it after. It was a pretty old fence. Like, it's been up for a while. And through years of they had 2 German Shepherds, through years of them messing with it, it had come up a little bit. They did make sure they fixed it, because he got over here. The female also kept coming over here. The female wasn't aggressive, though. You could walk right up to her and pet her. She didn't care. And she was fine with the other animals. But we're almost positive the male is what attacked our cats. And the male was the one that I grabbed. Is the house on fire in Sims? Oh no, the computer's just broken. That's fine. But yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I guess my main point of that was I'm usually not scared of animals. My family is probably so confused by me. As a kid, I was like somewhere between 9 and 12, and the neighbors that I usually talk about, before a lot of the crap that they did, back when we were still talking to them, they were watching these pit bulls for one of their friends, and we had been warned that they could potentially be aggressive if they wanted to be. Me as a kid was like, dog, stuck my hand in the kennel. They just licked me and rubbed against my hand. And I know a lot of people are scared of specifically pit bulls. I've never been given a reason to be scared of one. The only time I might have been scared of one was the big black and white one that we had. He was between 80 and 100 pounds most of the time. He was a big baby about 95% of the time. But when he didn't want you to touch him, he let you know. This only happened twice. Once when he had gotten under the house and I couldn't get him to come out, and he actually snapped at me and gave a warning bite. And then the only other time was when he got loose and got in our neighbor's garage. He wouldn't come out. And the only reason he was getting aggressive is he was terrified. He didn't know these people, and he was stuck in their garage and had been stuck there for a few hours while we were at the store. Eventually, we got him calm and got him out of their garage, but he was growling at everybody, even us, because he was just so freaked out. But the thing I still think that's kind of crazy is most people, if they're afraid of dogs, they're usually afraid of big dogs. And a lot of times, more specifically, they are just afraid of pit bulls, and they're not afraid of other breeds of dogs. I have never been seriously injured by a pit bull. And I have been around pit bulls my entire life. I don't think there's ever been a time where someone in the house with me, or me myself, didn't have a pit bull. And I've never seriously been injured by one. The only serious injuries I've gotten from a dog have been Chihuahua, Chiweenie, and Beagle. And it's the miniature version of the Beagle, so literally all small dogs. And Chihuahua got my shoulder and part of my back while I was breaking up a dog fight between him and a Beagle. Chiweenie got my hand and almost broke my hand when I was breaking up a fight between him and the same Beagle. And Beagle got my arm when I was breaking up a fight between him and the same Chiweenie. And it was still the same Beagle in all three of the fights. Now, there have been a few times where Oreo has worried me a lot. And I think there was one time when he actually did scare me, when he seriously growled at me. But he realized that was a mistake. Because eventually he realized I wasn't backing down anymore. And I actually stomped my foot at him and he took off. But he does have his days where he'll actually try to pin me in the hallway and not let me go past him. Most of the time on these days, either someone else has to come in there and help, or I have to try to get him to move, or find some way to catch him and grab him where he can't reach me. Just till he calms down. Which I still think it's crazy that I have more aggression problems with him than I do with literally the dog that is probably part wolf. Maybe. I don't know, but most of the time now, all I have to do is look at him or stomp my foot at him and he backs off. But there have been a few times where he hasn't wanted to back off. And it's almost like he's challenging me to a fight. And he did try to bite somebody. I saw it. I stopped it. But he tried to grab someone's foot. Because they used their foot and like slightly tapped him on the butt with their foot to get him to go in the kennel. He turned around, he was going to grab their foot and their leg. That is part of why I think he might have been abused before we got him. Plus the fact that he's scared of the broom. I have a plastic bat that I picked up one day. Now, he's never been hit with anything like that. He only gets in trouble when he's done something really bad, and usually we just put him in the kennel. But when he was about 6 or 7 months old, he was in my room and I picked up this plastic bat and he was terrified. He did not want to come near me till I put it down. And for a dog that's never been hit like that, as far as we know, because we know we've never done it. Oh, well, there goes chat being broken. It sure seems like that maybe he had been hit with something like that before we got him. He's scared of the broom, he's scared of the mop, he's scared of the plastic bat. He's also scared of any kind of loud noise, he's scared of other people. And it is possible, like the couple we got him from, they seemed nice enough, but you never know. And a sad thing is a lot of people who breed dogs and who train them do use physical abuse to train their dog. And the person did say that they were having problems potty training him. And I learned, which I don't know if they just weren't paying attention to this or what, but it wasn't a potty training issue. This dog is for the most part potty trained. He can't control his bladder. That's the problem. And yeah, that's the thing too, is a lot of people see, especially pit bulls, as these big aggressive monsters, and in almost every case an aggressive pit bull is aggressive because the way they were raised. And most of the times, even dogs that are forced to fight each other are not aggressive after, once they're rescued, you know? Because it's not something they chose to do, it's something they've been forced into. It's not like a dog walks up to their owner and says, "Hey, you know what? I want to fight other dogs to make you a fortune." That's not how it happens. Yeah. I'm glad over the years that stuff about dog fights, rules and stuff are being stricter and they're being broken up more, and I don't think it's happening as much, but it does still happen, and chicken fights still happen too, and is also horrible. Or YouTube channels that pit animals against each other for views. And that's the thing that happens. It mostly happens with insects, but it's insects that are raised to be pets that are being forced to fight each other because they're being thrown into tiny fish bowls that shouldn't even be big enough for a fish, or shouldn't even be used for a fish. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah. Like, they'll have scorpions and spiders fight each other, or sometimes mantis and stuff, and it's bad. And it shouldn't be a thing that is popular on the internet, but for whatever reason, people like it. Yeah. The thing is, with those fish, they were sold in horrible conditions. They are not taken care of in store. At one point we went in there and all of the holes on the tanks, on the containers are covered because they're all stacked on top of each other when they're not supposed to stack them. And those fish are pretty aggressive and defensive fish. You can't really keep multiple together, especially not a male and a female, because the females kill the males. It's just a thing that happens. It's how the fish are. A lot of pet stores still sell them, and they're still not usually very well taken care of. Poor fish. So yeah, I'm honestly glad Walmart can't sell fish anymore, like at all. Every location that I know of that used to have a fish tank and sold fish, they've all been taken out, and they're, as far as I know, they're not allowed to sell fish anymore. Yeah. I would go in there and there would... The way I look at it is no matter what kind of animal it is, if you don't have the experience to take care of it, you don't need to be selling it. If you don't have the experience or compassion to take care of an animal, you don't need anything to do with the animal. We would go in there and they would have dead fish floating in the tanks. Can you imagine being a little kid who loves fish and coming to Walmart excited to buy you a new pet, and you just see dead fish floating there. Yeah, that's... They don't need to be doing that. And I mean, I've seen pet stores that don't always have their animals in the best condition either. And that needs to be fixed. But a store that doesn't hire people that know what they're doing shouldn't be selling animals. Yeah. That happens. Stuff like that happens. I don't know if I've told the story on stream. I think I have. But my cousins were telling me, my younger cousin had a pet crab in his fish tank. And I think it was the only thing in the tank. But it kept escaping. One night, they have the lights off. They're watching TV in their living room. They see something scurrying across the floor. So that one of them gets up and goes and flips the lights on. And sure enough, it's the pet crab. It escaped and it's running around the living room. And an issue I have, and a lot of this is on me because I should have done more research before I bought anything, but I bought hermit crabs. 3 different people. Not one of these people told me hermit crabs can be aggressive. So I ended up having to have 3 separate tanks for my hermit crabs because they all tried to kill each other. Back Bubbles tried to kill Fancy Hat, and then Fancy Hat tried to kill Terry Crews. I actually had to go to Walmart and buy a small temporary tank until I could afford a bigger one. Because Fancy Hat tried to kill Terry Crews. Because I figured, okay, Fancy Hat's not as aggressive as Back Bubbles. He can probably be fine with another hermit crab. Nope. Hermit crabs are very, very aggressive. If you're gonna buy more than one, buy them about the same size from the same location where they've already been in the same environment together. Yeah, I had a hard time picking up the hermit crabs. For Fancy Hat and Terry Crews, I was mostly worried that I was going to accidentally hurt them because I have big fingers. With Back Bubbles, I didn't want to get attacked. That hermit crab was so aggressive. And he was huge. Like, that was the biggest hermit crab I've ever seen. And I still have not seen one that big. But I know lately I've been thinking about animals a lot, and I kind of want another lizard. I miss my lizards. but at the moment, I don't really want another animal because I have Demon Oreo. I have a fur ball and a wolf dog that keep escaping their kennel. I have the Chiweenie that does nothing but bark at Oreo. Like, if anyone pays any attention to Oreo, he just goes insane now. We have 17 cats. Up until last weekend, we had 19 guinea pigs. I think we're down to 12. And 3 more pregnant. Yes, I was given another lizard that was Branch, but the power had gone out, and we think he might have gotten too cold while the power was out one night. Because he suddenly started getting really sick. He seemed fine at first, but then he just went downhill so quickly we didn't have time to find a vet or anything. I've thought about it though. I do want a bearded dragon, but I also think I want another long-tailed lizard, which I have the tank set up for one. I just have to get, what I have to do is I have to get smoother, like coated branches where their tail won't get stuck to anything, because that's what was happening to her. She kept getting stuck on everything. And at one point, how we lost her was she got stuck in this fake plant. And I'm not sure how long she was there. And I think she might have ended up, like, the way she was stuck, it might have stopped her from being able to breathe. So yeah, gotta look for different fake plants, because the ones that are provided and the ones that you can usually find at stores, not so great for small lizards. They're fine for bigger ones that can't get stuck in them, but they're not so great for small lizards. And the funny thing is, they're actually one of the calmest in most cases. And one of the easiest lizards to tame, if not the easiest. And they're usually pretty friendly. They're just expensive and you need a lot of stuff. But yeah, I still need, before I can get a bearded dragon, I need to get a heating pad for the tank. I need reptile carpet. Actually, a lot of people, from what I've seen, a lot of people like to take their bearded dragons on walks. I probably would. I've thought about getting one for my guinea pigs, but my guinea pigs startle easily, so I don't think that's such a good idea. And one of my guinea pigs is blind, so that's really not a good idea for her. I guess it works well for someone who's allergic to all types of fur. But it's not fun to be allergic to fur and like animals that have fur. I know I'm allergic to cat hair, and I'm starting to worry that I'm developing a dog allergy. Magic. A lot of magic. But yeah, I have to get the heating pad, I have to get the reptile carpet, I have to get cleaner for the reptile carpet, because if I'm gonna get a male, the carpet is a lot easier than sand, because males have issues with sand sometimes. And I have done quite a bit of reading on stuff for bearded dragons. The tank I have is supposed to be big enough for 2 if I decide to get 2, but I think I'd only want 1 to start out with for sure. And for babies, it says the carpet's safer because babies have a habit of swallowing sand with their food or dirt with their food. But I have to get the heating pad, and then I have to test and make sure that I can keep the temperature at 100 degrees, because that's what they need. I might actually need 2 of the heating pads. Maybe 1 on each side to make sure that it's warm enough. And I do think I would prefer a male if I can find one, because females can, especially a female that's not being bred, can have issues with eggs getting stuck. And for someone who hasn't had a ton of experience with lizards, I think the male might be a little easier. But yeah. I still have probably about $50 worth of stuff that I have to get for the tank, and with all the animals I have right now, I don't really want the responsibility of another one, because mine are already a lot, to the point that I was considering giving more of them away. So far, the two bigger dogs are actually, they're staying in their kennel now that the pit bull is closer to them and that it hasn't been raining as much. Hopefully they won't get out of the new kennel. Then I'm gonna have a lot of baby guinea pigs to get rid of. Like so many. Plus I still have to get a kennel and get my cats situated in something bigger than what they're in. The guinea pigs are good now. Most of them are in bigger area now. Echo and the baby male that I'm keeping are in a smaller one right now because all of the females are in the two new ones that are bigger. But once I can safely give away all of the babies and the moms, Echo and the baby will have their own bigger cage that's actually pretty huge. I don't have the hamster anymore. I don't have the hermit crabs anymore. But the poor fish has to have a bigger tank because he does not have very much room to move. And this was not my decision. I would never have kept, if I was going to get a fish that was going to be this big, I would have never kept it in a 10-gallon tank. But he is currently in a 10-gallon tank when the smallest tank he's supposed to be in alone is a 30-gallon. Because of how big he can get. But this is a fish that was given to me when I did not have the money to go get a bigger tank. And he was given to me in this little 10-gallon tank that is way too small for him. So as soon as I get all my other animals situated, I'm gonna go get him a 50-gallon tank and maybe a friend. If I can find one that's the same kind of fish that's close to his size so he won't eat it. Because he might eat a smaller fish. Some fish will do that. Most fish will do that. Now I did find a 50-gallon tank that it comes with everything that it needs, and it's $200, which is what I just had to pay for a dog kennel. And so I can't exactly do that right now. We've even tried to look for stuff that this fish could fit in to hide if he wanted to. They can't find anything he can fit in. He's that big. He's not as big as my goldfish was. Like, my goldfish was giant. But he's a big fish. He's the second biggest fish I've ever had. My goldfish was just a monster of a fish. My goldfish kept outgrowing everything I put him in. If I had had him any longer, I probably would have had to go get like a 20 or 30-gallon tank. Yeah, I think for the most part they can be. It's just hard to find them that big. Because most people don't bother with selling the big ones. Which is crazy to me because after I had that one, I always wanted another giant goldfish. I just haven't had the time or money to set up a big enough tank to get one again. And now I have this fish that has to have a bigger tank, and he can't be in a tank with a goldfish, as far as I know. So yeah, I'm gonna start saving for him his tank, and then after I get his tank and after I get my cats set up in something bigger and I find these guinea pigs homes, after all of that, maybe I'll start considering another lizard or another hermit crab. Or maybe a hamster, I don't know. I'd actually considered getting another hamster, but again, I have too many other animals to handle right now. Like, I actually... The day we were giving the other guinea pigs away, I kept saying I can't take them home. I gotta find them homes. There's too many. I had 19 guinea pigs and I was extremely overwhelmed and worried about them because the Jelly Bean was losing all of her hair. She wasn't getting enough food. No matter how much I cleaned it, their cage was always dirty because there was too many in there. And then we had just found out that all of the others were pregnant. 4 that we thought were males were pregnant. We ended up finding homes for 7 of them. And then as soon as the 3 babies are ready to go now, we're going to take them, which they're only about 2 weeks old, so they are not even close to ready to go yet. And then, as soon as all of the moms have their babies and their babies are ready to go, I can give the moms away too. Most of my life, I've probably had 3 or more pets at any given time. Right now, I currently have, of my own pets, I have 4 dogs, 15 cats, 12 guinea pigs, and 3 are pregnant, and a fish, and a pig. But in total, we have, like, in this house and yard, not counting my grandpa's 2 dogs, we have, 8 dogs, 17 cats, 12 guinea pigs, 3 pregnant, a fish, 2 turtles, a pig, and I think that's it. Be right back. Okay, back. And yeah, I get that. I was actually pretty upset the other day. My cousins had a dog that was the puppy of my other husky, the female that I had before my channel. And he had actually gotten one of their dogs pregnant, and they kept one of the puppies. Her name was Shira. I actually found out that something happened to her the other day. She was getting old, and she was left without water while my aunt and one of my cousins weren't there. My other cousins didn't go give their animals water, and they came home and she had died. And I still don't know what happened to my cat. Freaking cat turned evil and ran away. I still don't even know why. Like, he was the most spoiled cat I've ever had, I think. And he was so attached to the female cat that raised him. He was a year old and still trying to nurse. Because she was still in the house with him. But he just, I don't know. He just started getting really aggressive. He attacked me, scratched up my neck one day when I tried to pick him up. Then one day he just took off into the woods and never came back. We tried to find him for 2 weeks. And one of my cats before that, a kitten, black and white kitten named Axel, he also ran off into the woods and we never found him. Until about a year later, when he came walking up to our yard and meowed at me. I even said, "Axel, is that you?" He meowed at me, walked over, looked at me, then walked back. I'm guessing he found another house. Someone in the neighborhood probably picked him up. But I doubt that happened with the other one because he wasn't a kitten anymore and he had kind of gone nuts. Didn't want people near him. We also had this poor stray male, huge black and white cat, like bigger than the beagle was. I don't know if you've ever seen a picture of the beagle we had, but this cat was bigger than the Chiweenie. I'm pretty sure you've seen a picture or video of him. So this was really big cat. Just a stray that came into our yard one day. I'd been trying to tame him, but male cats are usually harder to tame than females. And this poor cat, I have no idea how this happened. My best guess is he had gotten up on our roof and fallen, because we found this poor cat impaled on some kind of piece of metal that was sticking out of the ground. And unless he had fallen off of the roof, how far down he was in this metal didn't make sense. Because it's not like he just laid on it. It wasn't. It was pretty far out of the ground. We literally have no idea. All we know is that we ended up having to bury this poor cat. And we don't know how long he was there or what exactly happened. I don't even know how he would have gotten on the roof. Yeah, I have no idea, and I was the one that found this poor cat. I was trying to feed the other animals. Come to think of it, that's not the only weird thing we've had happen with a cat. We've had... That happened up in Cleveland. Here... We literally had someone, now we know it wasn't my grandpa that did it, we know it wasn't one of us. We don't know if it was our neighbors or not, the ones that I usually talk about, or if it was just someone driving by. But my grandpa got home from work one day. He hadn't seen it when he was leaving for work because he leaves before the sun comes up. But he was getting home from work one day, and he noticed there's a dead cat in front of his car behind his truck, like by his truck tire. And he had been worried that maybe he ran it over when he was getting ready for work, leaving for work, but it was close enough to his truck tire that there's no way his car had hit it. And he hadn't moved the truck in weeks. And there's no way this cat was sitting there for weeks without us noticing it. Someone had run this cat over multiple times. It had so many injuries, and they had just tossed it in our yard. Or something drug it there. So either a person or an animal just decided to put a run over, mangled up cat body in our yard. Well, in our driveway. And it wasn't one of our cats. We don't know where it came from. It's quite possible that it could have been the neighbors if they were mad at us for some reason that week, because I wouldn't put it past them with some of the other stuff they did. But it also could have been a stray dog, you know. People dump off dogs around here all the time. My best guess was that maybe it was the neighbors. Maybe they accidentally hit a cat and they thought it was ours and didn't want to take the blame for it, so they threw it over there, making it look like my grandpa did it. I really don't know. But then again, like I said, it could have been a dog. People dump off dogs around here all the time. There are a lot of stray cats in the area. But nothing like this has happened since the neighbors moved, so... They also, at some point, had a weenie dog puppy in their possum trap. And we don't know what they did with it. I really hope they took it to a shelter or something. I know they didn't keep it. But I really hope they took it to a shelter and didn't just leave the poor thing in the trap. Because I know they left my cat in there all day with no food or water. Apparently it was to catch a possum, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I think that was just their excuse. I really think it was just there to catch my cats. Can't prove it, so can't get them in trouble for it. But the fact that it didn't happen again after my grandma confronted them and caught them with the cat in the possum trap kind of makes me think maybe it was just there for that. Because I know one of the neighbors had complained that the cats were getting on his car. But the thing was, it wasn't my cats getting on his car, it was his cat. It was literally his own cat, well, his son's and his son's girlfriend's cat that was getting on his car. But he was complaining about mine when mine didn't go in his yard unless they had some reason to. And if there was food over there, they had a reason to. But they moved, so we shouldn't have to deal with them anymore. Well, at least not that stuff. They're still causing all kinds of drama over stupid stuff now. Which I guess it's always been stupid stuff. I mean, literally kind of a family war started because we wouldn't give them a puppy we were bottle raising and planning on keeping. I'll never forget stuff that was said during that, you know? Some things I can let go of. Most things I can let go of and get over. There are a few that I never will. Not fully. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. if any of them ever find my channel, well, best advice I have for you, think about the crap you did. Like, don't come yelling at me because I can't forgive you for horrible things that you have done. And horrible things that your family has done. And if either of my cousins that are their kids are watching this, I don't blame you guys. It wasn't you guys. But it was your family. And from what I can gather, they seem to have turned you guys against me. Even though I didn't do anything wrong. I was 16 at the time. I was helping Bottle raise a puppy and sick. And pretty depressed. And yet, none of this mattered. To people who I thought cared about me. But now I have people that actually do care about me, and I dropped my controller. I caught the charger cord, and now it's all tangled and everything. My phone charger, my controller charger. Oh no, I caught the headphone cord. My headphones, everything's all tangled up in a mess. I should end this stream. I'm just getting myself upset. Happened again, and I caught the controller this time. I think I'm gonna end this stream and go get some ice cream. And then maybe play Star Wars game. Or just play some Sims. My Sim's about to have her kid. But yeah. Kind of funny, isn't it? People that I met on the internet and that I've known for a few years actually care about me more than people I've known my entire life that are actually related to me. But I guess it happens. And yeah, sorry to anybody just joining for Sims. This is kind of just become a talking stream. I had coffee and I shouldn't have caffeine when I'm streaming. I get so distracted. I've dealt with a lot of crap over the past few years. A lot of it my whole life, but just the last few years have been nuts. Family calling animal control on me. Oh, jeez. That's been on for 4 hours. Family calling animal control. Family turning off shared water. Family possibly kidnapping my cats. Possibly throwing a mangled cat body on my lawn. Or on my driveway. Calling animal control again. People I no longer call family. Yeah, this is why we had to leave here before and why we were in Cleveland. And like I said, I was 16 and I was sick. And a person I had called my aunt my entire life the cops came out here for something because there had been a lot of arguing, and the cop literally asked them if they could just turn the water back on just until we moved, that we had already paid the down payment on another house in another area, and that we were moving at the end of the month, but we had to wait that month. And the cop even told her, look, the kid's sick. Can you just turn the water back on just until they leave? She said she didn't effing care that I was sick. She wasn't effing turning the water back on. I remember those words. And I'll always remember them. They would be outside watching me, trying to scrub water buckets for dogs and fill them with melted ice that I had gotten from either a store or my grandparents' house. And honestly, this person is lucky that we didn't have her thrown in prison, because we have a lifetime restraining order against her because of crap that she said and did. And she came over in our yard multiple times since we've been back here. We could have literally had her thrown in jail, and she's already had some strikes and would likely spend quite a long time in prison. But we didn't do it. And not only her dogs came in our yard trying to bite us. The cat that was supposed to be their son's and his girlfriend's cat was attacking our cats, which is Turbo. Eventually Turbo realized, you know, it's not his territory, calm down and stop fighting my cats. And he has, but at that time he was fighting my cats. And like I said, their dogs were coming in my yard trying to bite me and my dogs. But what stopped that, they saw my dog that looks like a wolf. They started paying more attention to their dogs. They also saw Oreo almost grab one of their dogs. One of their $1,000 dogs that's in my yard trying to bite me. My dog would have killed it, and it would have been their own fault because my dog's on a leash and theirs isn't. And I kept them from getting their dog. I held him back. And they're lucky they got the dog before the dog made it to us, because I couldn't have held him much longer. He's too big and too strong. But he's not the only one. Almost every one of our dogs has tried to grab one of theirs because one of theirs comes over in my yard trying to attack me. My dogs are defending me. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're guarding me. I don't know. And they had 3 of them. They had 2 that they paid for, and 1 that was a puppy from theirs. And they're basically a miniature version of a pit bull that cost $1,000, and these dogs are like, they have so many health issues and stuff They literally can't be bred on their own. If you want to breed them, you have to do artificial insemination for your dog. Because they have so many health issues, they have so many problems. It's crazy. And people are paying $1,000 for these designer dogs that have all of these problems. It's ridiculous. This is why I've talked about it some, and I might even, if I decide to get another puppy eventually, I might even go try to find one at a shelter. You know. The only dog we have that we've paid for right now is the Chihuahua Harley. And actually, I believe my grandma paid $20 for her for us for Christmas. The year before we had to move back down here. Because there was a guy selling her for $20 at a flea market. We weren't planning on getting a dog, but we ended up with her. Then my Chiweenie was free. The fluff ball was free. Coyote, wolf, husky thing was free. Actually, my grandma's neighbor just picked him up off the street and then gave him to us because she was an old family friend and remembered that I had just lost my husky recently. She thought she was giving me a maybe husky German Shepherd mix. Nah. He's got something else in there. I'm pretty sure it's mostly husky with a little bit of wolf and a little bit of coyote. Because he definitely shows some wolf behavior, but he also shows some coyote behavior too. But for the most part, he's a big baby that thinks he's still a puppy. Then, even my uncle's dog was actually a puppy from two of my dogs. Because that was the puppy of my Basset Hound and my Shar-Pei Pit Bull mix. Which was not a planned thing, that happened on accident. And then he was actually supposed to be my cousin's dog, but my aunt and uncle were moving with my cousins, and they left the dog here for a while, and my uncle both got attached, and when they went to take him, they realized they couldn't do it, because we were too attached to him. And this dog is like 17 years old. He's pretty much blind and having a hard time. So he's just living his life. Seems pretty happy. He, I believe, was born the same year as my first husky. And she was his mate. He's outlived her, he's outlived his son and his grandson. Actually, I'm not sure if my cousins still have his other son. I know, we kept one puppy, my grandma's neighbor got one, my cousins got one, because this dog and my husky had 7 puppies. Then some family of my grandma's neighbors got some of them. So yeah, they were pretty easy to give away. But I don't know if my cousins still have the one, and I don't know if my grandma's old neighbor still has theirs. I don't remember seeing him last time. But by now I think they would have been about 10 or older, so it would make sense if they didn't still have them. Yeah, then Oreo was free, and Charlie was from the Chiweenie and the Chihuahua, so we paid for her mom, but her and her dad were free, basically. And then the pit bull was free. And we weren't going to take her either, but the people said if we didn't take her, they were taking them to a shelter. So we took her, we talked about it, we were going to give her to one of my other uncles, and then we ended up keeping her. I've had a lot of different kinds of dogs. I had my first dog that was a Basset Hound, but my family already had a pit bull and a Chihuahua. Then I had several before that I don't really remember because I wasn't even old enough to remember. The one I do kind of remember was a Blue Heeler. Or at least I remember stories about her. I don't think I actually remember her. She was either Blue Heeler, full-blooded, or a mix. I'm not sure. We had another Basset Hound for a little while. They had puppies. I don't think we ever really kept any of the puppies until the Basset Hound. We lost the female, and the male bred with my Shar-Pei Pit Bull mix. The Shar-Pei Pit Bull mix came from the same neighbors who later took one of her puppies. Or no, one of her grandkids, actually. Because it would have been the puppy of her son. I had a lab. I think he was lab and pit bull mix, but we ended up having to give him away. We had a Saint Bernard that I really don't remember because I was very little, but he was given away when he kind of stuck my head in his mouth when I was little. Family freaked out, said couldn't keep him. I know we've had a lot of pit bulls. I've now had 3 husky or husky mixes. Actually, no, I've had 5 because the son of my first one and then the grandson. The grandson didn't look like a husky. He looked mostly pit bull and Shar-Pei. But he was a crazy looking dog. I've had a lot of animals. I had a weenie dog, but like we had done a trade with someone for the lab for a weenie dog, and then I didn't end up liking the weenie dog that much, and I missed the lab, so we went and traded back. Then later we did end up having to give the lab away anyway. Let's see. Trying to think. Like I said, quite a few pit bulls. Although I guess technically I've only had one pit bull that was mine. Most have been other family members. Had a Chihuahua for 11 or 12 years. I've also just had a lot of other pets though. Gerbil, hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits, lizards, turtles. Don't really remember the turtles, but I've been told I've had turtles. I think I had a mouse at some point. I don't remember if it was the mouse or the gerbil, but I know I had something named Rambo that was actually my cousin's, and they said it bit them. Never bit me. I think it was a mouse. And then dogs, cats, hermit crabs, whatever rogue is, coyote, wolf, husky thing. Now I actually know in the future, if I want one, and I don't have this many animals, I know someone in Texas who adopts out wolf-dog hybrids. Because as far as I know, in Texas, you can have one without a permit or anything. And considering I've had experience with one, I would probably have no trouble getting one. But right now, I have too many animals. Maybe, and it actually was his pet. Actually, it might have been a rat. It might have been a pet rat. I am really not sure. I'm just pretty sure that whatever it was black and white. And his name was Rambo. But we were told it bit him and he couldn't keep it, so I got it. There have been a lot of animals I've considered getting though. I thought about a chinchilla for a while. I've thought about a ferret. I have been around ferrets before, but I don't think I've ever had one that was mine. I've considered getting another rabbit because I miss mine. But I do think I would prefer either a puppy or a lizard over a rabbit. I've also considered a hedgehog. I wanted a pet tiger or lion for a while, but I've heard stories of family members that have had one. And I've also watched a lot of shows on Animal Planet, and I see how dangerous they can be. Like, there are cases where someone's raised one and never gotten hurt, but then there are cases where someone's raised one and it turned around and tried to kill them, or did kill them. Although all of this in mind still doesn't stop me from wanting a hyena and a zebra. The zebra, I don't need to go through a ton of stuff to get one. They're just kind of expensive and can be stubborn. Someday. Someday. I like how you say the zebra will kill me, not the hyena. Although, from my understanding, male hyenas are not super hard to tame. And if I were to get a hyena, it would be a male, because I know how badly they get treated in the wild. Male hyenas go through a lot of bad stuff. Not to say females don't as well, but the males are just treated worse by the other hyenas. Yeah, female hyenas are weird. But yeah, I have a lot of work before I can actually get a hyena. I have to make sure I have a perfectly secure fence for it. I have to have a crazy amount of liability insurance. And then I have to go through the process of getting a permit to own one. And there's also the fact that I have way too many animals and I don't need that extra responsibility right now. Plus, after going through the process of the permits and everything, I still have to find someone that will sell me one or let me adopt one. But yeah, it's honestly, I think I probably would rather go for adopting a wolf dog hybrid that needs a home, especially since I have had some experience with one and an experience with Demon Husky. Hey, welcome to the stream. We're just talking about animals. Talking about the fact that I want a hyena and a zebra. And I used to want a tiger. I don't want a tiger anymore, but I still want a hyena and a zebra. And I wouldn't mind adopting some wolf hybrids, you know. Maybe even more than one, but not right now. Maybe after some of my other dogs are gone. Because I still have 4 dogs right now. Ow, I dropped my controller. It's on the floor, I didn't catch it this time. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it, but you don't have to spam. Yeah, spamming's not gonna help, especially when I've already acknowledged it. But yeah, I should end this. My stomach's growling, kind of thirsty, and I ran out of coffee a while ago. I mean, there's a little bit at the bottom, but it's like mostly chocolate syrup. Okay. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. I think that might have been someone looking for a girlfriend. And just a warning. To anyone coming in my channel, just, you know, trying to find a girlfriend, not gonna happen. I don't know you. Not that I wouldn't mind having a boyfriend, but I'm not gonna date someone who literally just comes in my channel saying, I like you, and then continuing to spam that. Yeah, that's not how I want to find someone to date. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream now. I'm gonna go get some water and an ice cream sandwich. And probably watch New Girl while I eat the ice cream sandwich. And then go play Star Wars game. Or maybe shiny hunting. I still want shiny Growlithe. Someday. Shiny Growlithe and shiny Absol will happen someday. It probably won't be today. And I should not have coffee when I stream anymore. Especially not at night. I don't think I'm sleeping tonight. I'm gonna play Star Wars game all night and then fall asleep trying to moderate D&D. That's gonna happen. It's an early D&D stream tomorrow. Anyway, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to anyone who subscribed. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this really long random stream that's been going on for nearly 5 hours. I need to go eat. Alright, good night everybody. I might just stream on Twitch later and not on here.